Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome in to our our Friday playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV, where we continue our tank playthrough with Morrighan Initari. Um, we're joined today with Matt, my buddy, Dr. Shrew, the guy that I usually play TFT with. We're gonna hop into a voice chat with him in just a second. But yeah, I hope everybody's excited. I hope everybody's ready to have some fun. Let's change this on over to the gameplay and hop into the voice chat. Where is the voice chat? There it is.
This dude is in the game.
I am
Holy
indeed
shit.
in the game.
No, not like this guy. This guy's got some shit.
Well, where you at?
Old Charlene?
No, I can't go there on this character.
I know. I'm hiding from you here.
That's fair. That's fair.
Alright, I'm in Sage. Q's up.
You're the one that's in charge of the party, bud.
Oh. Fine.
You.
Realm Reborn. It's just the hard, right? That's just the normal one?
Yeah, I don't have the extreme one. Oh, wait, hold on. I think my son's going to say bye before they leave real quick, so I'll be right back.
Gee, standing around waiting. Then he comes back, and guess what we're doing? Standing around waiting. My God. What is that? Oh yeah, there's like a event going on right now. I don't
All
really
right.
know what it is.
It's the Starlight event. Oh, and the Moogle Tomes event.
The Moogle event is what I don't understand. What's the Starlight event?
That's the
That's
one where you
another
got the
thing?
reindeer. That's the
Oh, I did
Christmas event.
that.
Yeah.
The Moogle thing with the inherent tombstones or whatever, I haven't done anything with that.
And then the whatchamacallit. There we go. That was no 20-minute queue this time.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
We playing TFT right now, but we're doing Shiva. Not even extreme. We can't even get the mount that we both already have.
I don't have it on this character, obviously. So I
Are
mean,
you the
if you,
warrior or the gunbreaker?
I'm the warrior.
I was gonna say I didn't think you had gunbreaker on lock.
Nope, gotta be level 60. I will be watching cutscenes for my side of the stream.
You should never have come here, warrior of light.
Well, I guess we'll just
I
Popa
labor
toast
only
it.
to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and
Look at us
blind
go.
faith.
What do we got? A dancer, a
If
machinist,
it
a
is our
samurai, a
fate to be
ninja.
at odds,
We got
it
good
is
healing
mine
combos.
to
That's
strike
good.
you down.
What's the other healer?
White mage.
Ooh,
We
shield
whom
and
gods
regen.
and men have
Yup.
forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance.
I think the gunbreaker is gonna let you main tank.
Yeah! I mean, it's not like I don't know how to do this one.
Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more.
What is this one? Which one are you?
Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within
Shibuki
our
Barclay.
hearts and bless us
For
with
gunbreaker.
eternal
I just want to see
grace.
their glam is fucking cool. Oh, they're not wearing pants. I didn't even notice that. Hey, they're doing the Popato step with me.
Like perfectly in time with you?
No.
Well, damn. I hope Shiva steps on me. We're gonna get horny right at the start of this stream.
This is a long cutscene. Holy shit.
It's all voice too, so like it's not me like being a slow reader. Charging in. Oh, get back here, you bitch.
What the hell? She immediately came on me.
I'm sure you enjoyed it.
I wish my tank had some better aggro skills. Whoa, I don't know what the mechanics of this thing are.
Did you forget?
Dude, all we do is run things unsynced now. I don't know how to actually run this low level. You kidding me? so used to just being like a million levels above anything.
And then this should be the off-tank's job to pick up this stuff. Yep, I see them
Well,
doing it.
I picked them all up. My healing when they first appeared. I have one
Well, I
on
guess
me?
I could stop arrowing her. AoE in her, I mean.
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
Oh, is she doing it? Oh. Oh, I didn't realize it was happening. Well, that's
You almost
me
got the
changing
point,
whole
though.
game. Nothing left. One last time.
You just like catching like the important words.
I can't always understand what she's saying. It's English, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's not like some of the songs where it's like some kind of chanting.
Yeah, it's just the like vocal effect that I can't carry any more fucking poetics.
Matt.
I forgot to calm someone. Oops. Whatever.
I feel like it's kind of a long cutscene on the exit too.
Probably.
Which I will probably be deafening at points to do the voiceover work.
Deafening to do the voiceover work.
I mean, unless you want me to
Okay.
just do voiceovers in chat where your chat can hear me too.
Up to you. I don't know what do we do in the interim here?
Kick me from the party and run some roulettes?
That's literally what I was about to do.
Do it.
I'm gonna just run a leveling.
Alright.
My paladin. Let's go.
I'm gonna deafen.
That one's not voiced at the end? The intro was voiced, but the fucking other bit wasn't? Well, that's
Honestly,
weird.
There hasn't been talking yet.
Fool.
Oh, there is. We're good.
Blind, bloody fool.
But she's calling me a blind fool.
Well, you are. Ysail is never wrong,
Of
dude.
all people should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence.
She really isn't.
Mine
Come on,
is the
DPS.
righteous cause.
We got an insta-pop. Just fucking hit yes. You're not gonna finish the fate in time.
You
Just hit the
fight in
fucking
a
OK
war
button.
You do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers.
Oh dear lord.
And they are no less ignorant than you. Following the creed of their fathers.
God, I love
without
the music in Old
question,
Charlie.
Never thinking
So
to ask why.
chill.
It's
Such
so
a
good.
vibe.
Yep.
Remember as
Trapped in a
withdrawn.
delusion of
Try
their
this
own
again.
creation and blind to the truth.
Oh my god, it's one DPS not accepting again. There we go. What do we get?
Warrior
What
of
dungeon did
light,
you get?
Redemption is not beyond us.
I don't fucking recognize this. What is this? Mount
We
Gold.
who walk
Oh, it's the one I
before
healed
may
for you.
lead those who walk after.
That has like the very big pools that hurt?
Oh,
The
it's
keeper
it's
of
what's
the
his butt?
Yeah.
See with eyes unclouded.
All right. Well, let's see what this white mage has got.
Do not squander mother's gift.
Is this as big as you can go or not?
Pull all the way up to that wall and see what happens.
Heal.
That is a wall. I did
Okay.
find a wall.
It's the dungeon where during the first boss I felt like a god, and then you went and did like the last pull, and I was like, wait, please stop.
I
And-
tanked it?
Yeah, because I healed it for you, because I don't know why. I think I said I wanted to try healing it. And because I told you healing and tanking it are both fun.
Oh, there's more of them. Holy
And so
shit.
the vessel
Oh, I'm
returned.
gonna die. Oh, what a heal! What the fuck? Benediction healed me to full!
That's what benediction does.
Pleased. How unfortunate.
Oh, I haven't tanked in so long.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't realize Azale was talking with Heidelin.
You didn't realize what?
Azale was talking with Heidelin because I never watched that cutscene. But as she leaves, she's
an
like,
MSQ
he.
cutscene?
I skipped a lot of post to Realm Reborn when I played through it as Aerolith.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never skipped an MSQ cutscene before.
All right. Yep. I'm gonna deafen to do like my voice acting stuff for my side.
All right. Then.
I think it's just gonna be too weird if like your stream's getting it too.
It would be weird.
Yeah. So I'll pop back in when I'm done with the cutscenes and stuff. By the 12, you're alive. I forgot that it does that. Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I was only asking. If you ask me, there's naught to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. Ah, but before that, you had best pay a visit to White Brim Front and speak with Alphino. He's probably worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. Goodbye, Moonbreeder.
Killer died.
And we're back.
I think I didn't have an enemy for a while.
Oh? Did
Well,
you...
the healer died, so...
Oh, no.
There was just so many of them, and I didn't know.
As long as they don't yell at you, it's fine.
Nobody else died. We have a summoner, so we got the healer a res. I invulned, but, you know, that's what you do.
Yeah, it happens.
Especially as paladin.
Yeah, because it's the perfect invuln.
Yep. Jesus Christ, I thought our fucking Dragoon was gonna pull for a second.
Oh, and you were about to be pissed? There she is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning, but not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration, and one for which we have Morrighan to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Amric. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is a matter of Weishart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Dreamont, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House Fortom caravan? Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ah, on an unrelated note, Morrighan, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray, do not think less of him.
Shit, am I sorry.
I came back. The thing's going rough.
Oh, I mean, I'm just fucking it up. It's not anybody's fault but mine.
I am loving Amric. Like, I've always enjoyed his character.
Emmerich?
Yeah,
The best character in the fucking video game?
I love his character.
He's amazing.
But there's something about trying to voice him where you just gain like a, I don't know, maybe for me, I just gained a whole new appreciation, not only for like his voice actor, but just for his character, because he's like very soft spoken, and there's just, like you said, there's like a thickness to his words, but that's not quite the right way to describe it.
But yeah, there is though.
Yep. What were you thinking, Morrighan? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway. And then, engaging the abomination in mortal combat. By the fury, Morrighan, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was, forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Aymeric wished to have words with you and Master Alphino in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. To the intercessory. Before we hop out of this, because it's just like cutscene after cutscene. Greetings, madam. I'm hoping this is a voiced cutscene so I can hop back into the... Bum, 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 bum.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters.
Oops, did I stand in it? I don't think so. Oh, I walked back into it? Nope, it's okay. Luckily, it takes forever for that. It's a little bit chaotic.
These beings, I can say with certainty that
Just a little bit.
Have you made it to the second boss yet? Or are you 3 pools?
Not intervened.
We were at the last wall before the boss.
Ah. The literal wall. That's an enemy.
Yep.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan.
Ere we first met, a similar
Just pass on
proposal was
these
tabled.
already.
The Holy See
Hiya.
decreed that we were to observe, and that
I gotta remember how to do this
be
fight,
taken
because I
only
remember I
in
did it wrong last
self-defense.
time.
Just kind of pay...
What is hurting? What is hurting so bad?
It was not an unreasonable decision.
What the
Since
fuck?
calamity,
Something was
2
just like
vigils have fallen to
ticking
the
down
floor,
on me
while
repeatedly.
Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment.
I don't know of any tick damage that is in that fight.
Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
I got my Jester
At the very
character to
least,
Heavensward
this should
last night.
silence any lingering objections to
Oh,
our
nice.
arrangement with Revenant's Toll.
She is now a Dark Knight and an Astrologian.
The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us
Nice.
its formal endorsement.
Yeah,
So
that
far
didn't
as it
feel
is
good.
possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
We supposed to be in that? Are we not supposed
As
to
a
be in that?
gesture of
People
good
saying
faith,
it.
I
I'm
shall
assuming
withdraw
yes.
my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
Okay, we're getting.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precaution.
Where's the face gonna land this time? Alright, we can stand right back
But
here.
of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's toll were taken by your enemies.
We're remembering
Ishgard is
things,
not
we're
wont to
remembering
aid
things.
its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
That didn't feel good. Yeah,
Do you know what
baby.
sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not.
Alright,
Yet
big
here I am
boy
now.
pull.
Why do you suppose
If I remember
that is?
correctly, this one is a
Because I
doozy.
swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
Hopefully they stay aggroed on me, because we just
We are
pushing.
so glad
We are
to
just
be of use
pushing.
to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget. One born of necessity. The dragons grow more
Yeah,
restless
this
by
is
the
it.
day,
I
and the
remember
heretics
this is
harry
a
us
big
nigh
boy
without
pull right
cease.
here.
We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance.
This is the
Yet as a
biggest of
pauper is
big
loath
boy
to part with his
pulls.
meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust
We're gonna
to
go ahead and do
outsiders.
that.
Invuln,
But with
Yep.
perseverance
Good call.
on our part,
and
they may yet
hopefully
be
you have
made
a
to see the light.
magic or a ranged user who can AoE the back.
I mean, we have a
Nevertheless,
glare
one
mage.
must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Do you have 2 melees?
No, we have a summoner.
Hopefully they pop the limit
Wise
break.
words, Sir Emmerich.
I have no
I shall make
idea.
a point to remember. I must
Oh no, limit break?
apologize
No,
for my
nobody has popped
earlier
limit break, but
outburst.
we are winning.
I hope it will not
Nice.
sour our good relations.
I think.
Limit
Not
break
at
just
all.
helps.
You but spoke from the heart.
When I ran it with a group who did that full pull, and I've only ever seen that group, like a group do that pull once like that. The healer told us to pop limit break as we were running up to it, and the melee popped limit break. And she was like, well, I meant for the bard because it's an AoE, but okay.
We don't need no limit break. Hell
GG's.
yeah. That was so much fun.
I
Oh,
trust
this
you
white
understand
mage is
that at
dope.
times my duties may prevent
I
me from
literally
meeting
popped
with
my
you.
entire load. But this white
On
mage,
such
we
occasions,
did it.
My
We
second in
fucking did it.
command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service.
I don't know.
Pray
I don't
excuse
know
our
in what
reticence.
world
We
that
are but
hit me,
wary of
but
speaking too
okie
freely,
dokie.
lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences.
Right.
Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Nobody needs to watch the cutscene.
Should aught befall one of our shipments,
Let's go.
pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
You know what I already miss being an Endwalker now? Is
Boss
the
music?
battle music.
Just wait, dude. The Endwalker battle music is just as good.
I hope so.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our
I
interrogation
don't
of the merchant you
know.
detained.
Okay.
Sir
Fine.
Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
That little kick did some
Think
damage.
nothing of
She
it.
just like reached forward and
Ishgard
like
may be
tried to
many
punt me
things,
across the room.
But it is no friend to Garlemald.
Oh.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my
Oh.
friend?
She gone. I don't remember this part. Alright, okay. I have no idea what the fuck that mechanic was, but we survived it. Somehow I took damage at one point when I thought I was totally safe.
But you were
Apparently
not
was
indeed totally safe.
I only have 3 stacks of vulnerability, so it's totally fine.
Yeah! Yeah! 3 stacks! Woo! That's fine.
Oh, wait, what is happening? Where do we...
I was healing a dungeon for Tassie yesterday,
Okay.
and she ended up with 6 vulnerability stacks.
Wow.
But she didn't die.
Nice.
Yeah, it just was terrifying.
We won't talk about how I'm at 4 now. And it hurts.
It does indeed. I think the highest you can get is 16. But nobody ever
16?
nobody ever survives that. It's either 16 or 8.
Shit.
I'm gonna Google it in a second.
That's why that mechanic's catching me out. I see.
You gotta stand near the glowing one. What?
No, that's the good guess. That one was
Words
catching me out for a
cannot
sec
well
too.
express how
Not-
glad
not
I
the
am
one
to
was
see you
talking about.
return to
It
us
was
hale and whole.
double rings and shit. I get it
Ah.
now. But she's just gonna die before it matters again, right?
Needless to say,
Right? Because
I'm
these
most
5
eager to
vulnerability
hear your
stacks don't
account
feel
of
too
that which
great.
occurred in Curthis, assuming
Oh,
you're
we
ready to
didn't
speak
kill
of
her.
it.
She's doing the thingy again. I'm
Yep,
just
max
following
stack
that.
for vulnerability up is 16.
Oh! I think I dodged it.
Well, I hope so for you and your healer's sake. Hey, Sogo, how you doing?
It'd be better if you were playing 14 or
Excellent.
I am
Whatever
playing
it's called.
14,
I shall
Matt.
summon the others at
Son of a
once.
bitch, I forgot to get rid of my goddamn poetics last time.
Dude, and that one will give you poetics for running it. Like, what? What are you doing?
What is this? Ooh, an outdoor furnishing. I'll need on that. I got it.
Is it
Time
the
to go
Mount Gold
dirty up my-
Planter?
Yes.
So, I have,
Asshart
like,
used her own body as a vessel for a primal
3 of
soul.
those in our front yard. If you want to just put that next to one of the other ones. Because I'm trying to build, like, a hedge line.
Okay.
You're right, Sogo. It's not Metal Gear. It's Final Fantasy.
Master Louis Soir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was
Alright,
a
well that
primal?
gave us a decent little chunk of
As
levels.
certain as we can be that good
Getting
King
closer to
Morrighan the
86.
12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions.
So how far off
Of
are you
more
keeping the
concern
lake? Are
is
you?
the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
6 quests.
Okay.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice
Alright.
required.
Poetics.
Or maybe she's just special?
This isn't a
had a thing.
Christmas ruined, Sogo. This is a Christmas miracle. It's not, but
Oh, yep. This is gonna hurt.
What
That's a lot of-
qualities
That's a
this
lot of money.
woman
I gotta make
possesseth,
this a
I
fucking
know
favorite
not.
destination now that it's not my
Full
home
sure
home.
am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their
Favorite
dissemination.
destination we will get
Well,
rid
I wouldn't
of.
presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal.
If you teleport
The
to our
readings were the
little
same,
estate,
or near
then
as
it's
damn
then
it.
cheap to teleport to Kugane, right?
it's super cheap, or you can just run to the pier and go there for free.
But we'll get rid of Kugane.
But yeah, you don't need Kugane as a favored destination anymore with our estate right there.
Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you faced before.
This guy's got a fucking leaf thing on his back. What the hell?
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Windswept Zarganel. Looks crazy. He's like an elf with a cat hat.
We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we want to be on Reaper. I think that's what we need.
About Iceheart's final words to you.
Still, we should have.
Hear, feel, think.
We need the head, the feet.
Hydaelyn speaks to her as well.
The head and the feet.
If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
So we still have 1,300. I don't even know what to fucking spend.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek?
Do you not have anything else to buy?
And did
like
she
you're all
not
caught up on all your
imply that
poetics?
in so doing, thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded.
Caught up on
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries
caught up
on
on
end.
Monk. Caught up
But
on
he is dead and his
Reaper.
wisdom lost to the ages.
Caught up on Sage.
Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well founded.
I don't think I'm caught up on. I think I can go
we have
Grey
yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Samurai.
For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so.
Yes, we need a full set of samurai.
Shiva, Asians,
Two
and
foundation.
Midgard-Zoma.
Since we just
I
hit
shudder
60
to
on
think
this.
how they're all connected.
I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Zormr. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss?
Right, because these ones are ironworks. Yep. Let's get the weapon and the chess piece.
The weapon and the chess piece.
Indeed.
Morrighan, 'tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Waiu has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain, along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Waiu quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meridianum, I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilberd and the First are hot upon Waiu's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog and return and join the hunt.
The drowned city of Scala?
Is that what you got as a roulette?
Yeah.
That's the first post-game dungeon for Stormblood.
Been a while.
Been a while. A name that I didn't know how to pronounce in this game until, or I thought I knew how to pronounce, but I didn't know how to pronounce until recently playing through the post-game and watching cutscenes for Realm Reborn, was Waiu, which is spelled R-O-A-I-L-L-E.
Who is that? That sounds familiar.
She's the one who...
Yeah, she's got the glasses.
Yep, and was the traitor, supposedly. Yep. I mean, she was a traitor.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know about supposedly. I'm pretty sure she just...
But I thought it was Royai or something like that. And now this quest's name makes sense. It's the reason Waiu. But yeah.
Gotcha.
My thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Waiu walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Raban's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Why you must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridianum.
Pick all of you up. Ooh, there's even more. We love it.
I just called my motorcycle a boat. I don't want to talk about it. I'm stuck on the gate. Ooh, we got a instance.
An instance?
An instance.
It's a seahorse horse.
This wretch was with Ryu. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty, even to her own. The god's damned harpy. With me, Scion. We almost have her.
What? Get over here, you little shit. Oh, we don't want to be close to it. Uh-oh. Thank you for the rescue. I love rescues that actually do what they're supposed to.
Right? I had to use one on Tassie yesterday because she was just standing in an AoE that was about to go off.
It took me too long in that little bit for me to realize that hydro pull meant that we should probably do something.
Or you stand right in front of it and just pop arm's length.
Oh, arm's length. Oh, yeah.
Yep, because that prevents you from being...
Yeah.
From, like, movement attacks basically doing whatever.
Yep. I know. Is this really the wall? That's boring. This way? Oh, I didn't see that coming. Our machinist pulled something.
How dare they? Don't they know that that is your job?
I had to run back and grab it. See how the sage does with a bigger pole.
I mean, it really should be fine.
100%. Oh, they're getting nervous.
What?
I'm not nervous yet, but they're putting big boy off levels on me.
Just in case.
I haven't gotten below half yet. Reason to waste
But it also could be, Like, are they using big boy heals or big boy shields?
Big boy heals, not shields. Alright. I don't remember this
Bind
boss
her
at all. Let's
and
go.
do it tight. Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better.
What the heck?
Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low.
Okay.
What would you know of low? You a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's-given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight.
Bunny?
The injustice that we lowborn Ishgardians must endure. You gotta use your ability to drop a stone in front of where the things are going to blow them up.
Okay, I got 2 of them. So there we go.
To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to survive. Stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine me a paragon when I joined the Flames.
How far is Mark?
I don't know, actually. I don't know if he's played it again since that time.
Wow.
To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you haven't forgotten, Rabban himself was born into poverty. As was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. Bro, in this cutscene, Ilbert says he would sooner cut off his own arm than raise a hand against a friend. I feel like that's foreshadowing, but the opposite direction.
I was gonna say, he doesn't fucking...
But he cuts off someone's arm who was supposed to be a friend. Spoilers, by the way.
True.
But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter.
This machinist needs to stop pulling. They almost died, like, that is like the 3rd time they have almost died from pulling.
I hate it when they do that.
Like, it's fine, I guess, but like, he just keeps almost dying.
Not so much as a hint of
making
remorse.
our healer do way more work than needed.
'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end.
While I realized he was a machinist again, because he's got this weird-ass weapon.
A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Rabban chose his.
I've heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Rabban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little sultana to the last.
I swear to God, if the machinist pulls while someone's still in a cutscene, though, then we're gonna have issue.
Then you're gonna yell at him?
Why is the sage just... Alright.
Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape.
Stormblood music's pretty sick, too.
When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raban, and that shall be the end of it. Yeah, the Stormblood boss fights is good too. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Menphilia of all that has happened.
There's a choir.
I am aware that the Anti-Seed held Waiu in high regard. For better or worse,
remember what this mechanic
she
does.
will want to know how this tale ends.
That tickled.
Did it tickle? So, with this boss, because you're against the giant, like, thing, right? Beast-looking thing. Pay attention to what the screen will say and chat will say. Like, it'll say, prepares or raises its tail to prepare for an attack, or raises its claws. Because his attacks don't always have AoE markers on the ground.
Gotcha.
And if it's his claws, you don't want to be in front of him. If it's his tail, you don't want to be behind him. Your concern is more for the claws attacks, because that's where you should be as a tank. But you will get hit with a debuff if you get hit with them. Wait, did Tataru just turn and wave at me? That's adorable.
Oh, nose.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat.
Now we got him.
When we discussed the subject, her
You know
eyes
who's getting the
fairly shone
commendation?
with
The fucking
determination.
ninja.
Whatever else she may have
Because
been,
they didn't pull?
I choose to believe that it was her true
They didn't
self
pull
with
and
whom
they
I
didn't
spoke
stand in
then.
AoEs during pulls.
But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By
Only
now,
got eye level
I'm sure
200
you're all
on the
familiar with
samurai.
white auricide, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast
What else
amounts
would I
of
even
ether.
possibly run while I'm waiting for you to get
it
the
leaves
fucking
something to be
controller?
desired in the area of
Not
stability.
running an MS key.
The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
Just
In
run MS,
addition to
like run
Oroside's
actual
inherent
MSQ.
limitations, we must needs be
could.
wary of our enemy's
Or-
strength.
I could heal the trials for that.
Or you could do that, because you are needing to, like, raise the level of your Sage a little bit more, right?
I mean, it's above anything. Like, I'm good where it is, right? But might as well.
It's at least level 81 for the first dungeon.
It's 82.
Oh, nice. So
it's 82 and almost 83.
If you get it to 83, then you're good for the first 2 dungeons.
Yep.
Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
If you somehow get to that dungeon while you're still on, I will hop out of this character for a moment to run it with you as Aerolith.
Oh, why did we get this?
What'd you get?
Fucking whatever it's called.
Chrysalis?
No. The thing, Limitless Blue.
Oh.
Limitless Blue. Hard. So there's not even an extreme, like, for the mount or anything, no. Gotta...
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a
Someone's got an
sufficiently
emote macro
burst of
for when
pure
they do it. It says, they just fucking die.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure
I'm sure it was
concentrated the burst
probably
needs
like
to be.
Play Dead.
It was
Without
probably
knowing how
Play
much
Dead,
ether
but...
an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
I'm a healer.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light. A weapon which took
I'm
the
over here
form
like
of
I
a
was getting
luminous
ready to...
stream
I was
of
trying to
energy.
figure out where my ranged pull was.
Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you
I
vanquished
suppose
your
I have
foe
one,
was
it's
composed
just
of ether.
lasers.
True. Like, you have a ranged attack.
Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void.
Dude, does that mean if you use Swift Cast Dosis, you are super lasers?
I am what?
Remains,
If you use
however,
Swift Cast
that
and then
Heidelin placed
your
the means to
lasers, are you
destroy the
super
Ascians
lasers?
in your hands.
I might be.
Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that you will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Please let us get it in time.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently
What in the seven
bestow
hells was
upon her
that?
champion.
On your guard.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Of course it can't be.
Did you get caught by the tornado?
What if we had 2 pieces of white aurosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
No, don't you dare! Oh, you little
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the aurosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine
why I wasn't
apologies,
doing that, though.
but I am required at the Waking Sands.
I love the way, like, Moonbrita just, like... And I feel like she's doing it with Urianger just to mess with him. Like, just the overt flirting. But
oh, yeah.
just to make him flustered.
Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then?
I do want this map
Well,
just because the
that
music's
settles
pretty
it.
sick.
I'll just have to come to you.
Like when Urianger says he has to go back to the Waking Sands by himself, and Moonbrita's like, you're there alone? Well, then I just gotta go.
What in the world staggered me?
While you were afield, word arrived from the Charlian Motherland.
He probably hit the island.
You will
But it was
recall that
only
a
me.
survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val.
I don't
Or
know.
at least
What
it wasn't
they
the
discovered
tank.
was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, Yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's
More
disappearance.
damage comes out of this part than
It
I
hath come
remember.
to light
when you
that a
run it
number
sync.
of scholars in various other locales
Whoa!
were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian.
What
Every
the
last
hell
one
are
of them was researching a
white mages
phenomenon
just
called
insta
dimensional
died?
compression, or the rejoining
Did
as
they
the
fall
ancient
off?
texts call it. I'll be damned
No,
if
they were
that's a
standing in the
coincidence.
center.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the dark beings call the one true God. We must pray
We're
that
not
my
gonna
dear
get
friend
it, are
Cryle
we?
regains consciousness soon.
Come on, fucking
If she bore
shit,
witness to
dude.
the Isle of Val's final moments,
I don't think our
she
red
may be
mage
able to shed
realized
some
you have
light
to
on
be
this
standing
mystery.
on him to deal damage.
Probably not. I noticed that a lot with ranged people in that one. If they haven't ran it before or they haven't ran it recently, they will just stand at the edge and I'm like, you gotta be on it. You have to physically be on it. I don't know how. I always forget like how cutscene heavy the post games
Following
are.
the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help.
Boy, this is more
Think
work
that
than I
came
expected
from
it to be.
Huayu,
Holy
my right
fuck.
hand.
We're either doing this very poorly or something. I mean, there's so much healing is needed.
I would bet it's just going like
there is more.
the party
We have
isn't
reason to
doing it
believe
well.
that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th.
Okay, let's
She
step
also
on it
answered
and
to a higher authority
actually
in
kill him
Garlemald.
this time.
But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Media Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions.
Holy fuck.
In which Huayu played
I
a
didn't
part.
realize, how close are you to this thing?
These provisions did not prevent Dalamud
I'm
from
3
falling,
quests away.
and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived.
Shannon's gonna be in 10, like, a few
To
minutes.
all intents and purposes,
But
the Meteor Project had failed.
you know how
and
cutscenes
the Empire
are.
was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the
I know, that's why.
primals. Until,
Yes.
that is,
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose
Does
to
that give
hide
me more
behind their
poetics?
walls.
I can't remember if
Why?
it does or not.
It should.
It does not.
the Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
I don't really feel like doing
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions
I
were
think I'm just
premature.
gonna pop out. 'cause
One who stood higher
Janet
in
said
the
they were
Imperial
leaving
Army's
at
chain
the
of
beginning of
command.
my stream.
He ordered the legatus to
Simply
halt his
happens.
advance.
That's fair.
Only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th
I appreciate you
now
hanging out in the
acted
meantime,
alone.
though.
Yeah.
In a
But
bid
yeah,
to bring
I'll
Van
hop out of
Belsar
chat
to
and
heal,
fucking sign off.
he
and shit.
used
You
the
have a good
agent he
Christmas,
had
'cause I don't
planted
know
in
if I'll
Ulda
talk to you
prior
before
to the
then.
Sounds
calamity
good, you as
to
well.
undermine the Legion's efforts.
Thanks. Alright, peace, dude.
Peace.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's... So
Whoops.
he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
That's exactly what he means to say.
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, why you must be made to reveal whose it is.
But will she? Will she, Alphino?
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
You're not wrong. Like, that's how it works.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
Goodbye, Alphino.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
Damn. We're gonna take a short break here so I can refill my water and go to the bathroom and stuff. Oh, well, we got more cutscenes, never mind. After the cutscenes, we will be taking a short break.
I shall have no further need of you this day, Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Uldar whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the immortal flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldar's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the immortal flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Uldar.
The true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few.
The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Uldar to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here.
Bum bum bum.
When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Uldar.
Bum bum bum. She gonna step down, or she's at least gonna try to.
Are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Rauban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Okay, now we will be right back. Alright, and we are back. There we go. I was like, what? I forgot. Oh, we gotta pick the quest up, though. I am most eager to address the Asian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, Antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Whoops. True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Morrighan, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Raban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moonbreeda's research is proceeding as planned? So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Morrighan, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Ryul's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Pray return to the Rising Stones, Menphelia? Used to be pray return to the Waking Sands. Bum bum ba-dum ba-dum ba-da bum bum. I never started my captions. I am so sorry. We're only an hour in. Pleasure as always, Morrighan. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit. Right then. Me and mine have taken making inquiries into the source of the weapons, what found their ways into refugee hands a ways back. So happens we caught wind of something promising, a rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant that what caught an arrow while talking to Morrighan, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Morrighan? Aye. Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Uldar. I expect good tidings. Bum bum ba da ba da da ba da bum bum ba dum ba dum ba da bum bum. Bum bum ba da bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba da bum ba dum ba dum bum 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 ba da dum. Bum ba da 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 da. Oops. Ah, Morrighan. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the black marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and Commander Levier need have dispatched you hither. But powerful men have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Actually, there's an ability that I should have that isn't on my hotbar. Oh, maybe not. It's a level 58 ability. Never mind. We're good. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Morrighan. To the burning wall. Imagine having to do all this without flying. Back in the olden days. The days before I played the game. Although I guess honestly, like, if you didn't know that there was better. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Ow. We're fine. Papa Gisselgreen. Bring our chocobo back out. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damned fool. You should have never come here. Boom. Bodyguard head. Are you the head bodyguard? Wait for Ilbert at the tunnel entrance. Should be like straight this way. I don't understand. What's this all about? Ah! Investigate the disturbance. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levieux would be most disappointed. Damn it all! A golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slipped past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk-white sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the immortal flames or the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Bum bum bum. I will join the first in their hunt for the dusk-white sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the third's Yu-Yu-Has. He will take care of the rest. To Ul'dah! Actually, I think that's where my return is. Yes! And we'll talk to Wymond as well. Start the last set of A Realm Reborn Hildebrand stuff. Oh, Matt. Well, I mean, you can enjoy the stream, and then when I get to Keeper of the Lake and stuff, you could hop back on. I honestly, until you said something, hadn't even realized it. Because I'm going to be honest, I am a little nervous to run Keeper of the Lake. I would feel a lot better if I had a healer that I knew. Whether the run goes well or not, I don't care. I just would feel more comfortable. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying if you wanted to when I got to Keeper of the Lake, I wouldn't be opposed. Well now, if it ain't my favorite venturer and my favorite Mithril Eye reporter, along with her. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? I know, and it's that trash pool that's giving me anxiety for the whole damn dungeon. It's the one. The very second pool of the dungeon. Ah, I see. As much as I'd like to help two lovely ladies, I'm afraid you found old Wymond at a loss. Ul'dah has more than its fair share of treasures, hidden and otherwise. I recommend our phantom friend could be after just about any one of them. Well, I can tell you this much, though. Whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan's sworn in a right dither. Word has it they've formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. The Sultan's sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, Morrighan. I'd say it's time we paid a visit to the heart of the sworn. Oi! Hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourselves involved in this. A man in my... I think I was reading someone else's words as this guy's, but we're gonna go with it. I know I could small pull it, but I don't want to small pull it. A man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you that I am ready for whatever danger lies ahead. Besides, being a reporter is about more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, Morrighan, time is of the essence. I was only sticking to the other voice for her during that specific section where I had screwed it up. Once I realized it was a different voice, I was going to fix it going forward. And you might run it with me if you're not in a TFT game by the time you get to... Here's the thing, though. You could be in a TFT game, and I could run other stuff until you get out of that TFT game. Ah, the Warrior of Light. Ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Kurthus. Now, what brings you to us this day? A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilberd, you say? Understood. Once we've catalogued the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. Nah, because you see, Matt, I'm almost 2 Keeper of the Lake, actually. This cannot be everything, can it? Ryle stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Ryle is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dan merchants. Whoever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the Cerulean processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Alien, for the freedom of all. This whole thing seems a little sloppy. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contributions. Until we meet again. Bum bum ba bum bum bum. Morrighan, a word if it please ya. Not here. Look for me in the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't you worry. Thanks for indulging my request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything, leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These Duskwights they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw them yourself? Not before the fighting started and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddamn it. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I've a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Something is afoot. Morrighan! Morrighan! Can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you are able. Back to Mordona, where we will turn in this quest, and then pick up the quest to unlock Keeper of the Lake, Matt. And I do need to finish Hildebrand today, so if you aren't ready to run Keeper of the Lake, that's more than fine. I'll go work on getting to Hildebrand stuff. Bum bum bum. Hello, Tataru. Thank you for coming so quickly, Morrighan. We've a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady by all indications. Oh. Our guest is with the antecedent in the Solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we?
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
Lucia.
I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
Indeed. This Minfilia was best Minfilia.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers.
15 years?
Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
True that.
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Sorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
I feel like we have no choice since, Sir Americ's been doing a lot for us.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Bum bum bum! Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. That's fair, Bridget. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Baelsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgard Zormr, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's Ceruleum engines failed and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether from malms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. I always thought that fight happened during, the Battle of Cartano. I was wrong. In accordance with Sir Americ's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers awaits you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done and precious little time to do it. Speak with the Doman watching. Mordona. Mordona. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba da da da. I also have a thingy to open. I don't like the way that one looks. It's no better looking than the current axe that I have. You're in luck, miss. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Century, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut off for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again. Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. Keeper of the Lake, now accessible. Alright, I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick, and we'll see if Matt is out to run that with us. Otherwise, we'll continue with the Hildebrand stuff in the meantime. But I'll be right back. and we're back. I see Matt says that he is still in a TFT game. Is that still the case? Because I was gone for a few minutes refilling my water and stuff. But I'm fine doing Hildebrand in the meantime either way, which we need to do anyway. Let's go to Ul'dah. It is still the case, yes. Alright. Just let me know when you're out, Matt. Or I guess I'll get the notification that Imani Azurain has logged in. Humphrey, what's up, my buddy? Halt! Only authorized personnel are allowed in. Thal, bugger me. With a broadsword, it's the Gentleman of Light's adventure and companion. And that catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, if it isn't the self-styled Warrior of Light. I am making a big assumption that you are coming to join me. I'm assuming you are, since you said Hildebrand is the call. Tell me, what tall tales did you spin in the Sultan's Sworn Recruiter to land yourself in this position? Oh, only the 12's honest truth, miss. Seeing that Gentleman of Light standing tall and triumphant that day, it moved me. To the depths of my soul, like, I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildebrand. The Sultan's Sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, and they gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildebrand in his investigation, haven't you? Cor, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the two ladies who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Phyllis. She's one of the Sworn's best and something of a history buff. It'd seem, when she heard the thief was targeting the 4 relics of Balladia, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'll be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you not to touch anything, aye? No, buddy, you can't trust. You can't trust me to not touch anything. A pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name is Ellie, from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we're researching the Phantom Thief case and would appreciate any information that may shed light on recent events. The pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie, and if I'm not mistaken, that would make you friend here, one Morrighan Initari, yes? You know Morrighan? Yeah, you know me? As any regular reader of the Mithril Eye would, I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless the inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. The Sultan's Sworn, the elite of Uldah's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Inspector Briardian, always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, Morrighan, a moment if you would. Right there, very good. Now face me and don't move an ilm. Inspector, what is that in your... Demasking dust. A formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mask left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counteragent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector! The Phantom Thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan's Sworn at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Ul'dah? The last of the 4 lost relics of Balladia? I fear not. I've pored through the histories time and time again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Baladian heroes, but makes no mention as to their appearance or nature. 3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has he foiled us off by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Baladian origin have been sealed away within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust, and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The blackguard will be in chains before he can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have our word, my lady. But there are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard of the recent rash of murders perpetuated by our quarry. The Sultan's Sworn have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We would be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. Cast all worry from your heart, my lady. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the demasking dust that is the talk of the palace. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly who I claim to be. A shame, that. Inspector Hildebrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I will share all that I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far, the head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles. We can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Oh-ho! This will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of cracking? And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a great sword? Strangled with a subligar, mayhap? I'm afraid that we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the death of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action, and quickly. Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice. Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildebrand. Friends, please take this demasking dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust you will put it to good use. Oh, Hildebrand's right there. Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend. I like your gusto. But if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled most ably. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all of his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thusly, Morrighan, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the Edisons of Sasimo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues. Clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let us be off. Pray, alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Miss Phyllis's demasking dust to good use. Realm renowned. Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it said too, Matt. You don't gotta be a jerk about it. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. Bloop. 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 Hildy! And it always has to be a mod. That's the other part of that law. Is it's the mods are the jerks. Flowers? Yes. It is all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. Just what do you think you're doing, eh? Eh? I'm the one who put these flowers here. To honor the memory of me poor boy. You dare defile his memory? 1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. I swear to you, on my own dear mother's name, that your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was just saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... Leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run far, far away. Run, or he'll turn you into a zombie, just like my poor, poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. Not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard of the horrors of Silda? Aye, Uldar's sibling nation, against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, aye. Also glad to know you're still here, Bridget. But I speak of far greater horrors than death. An unholy draught brewed by a Sildan alchemist, one with the power to turn the living to the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers, the traitors spurn. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotting flesh, and ran him through. But you won't hear that from the Sultan, Sworn. Thal alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could so much as pay my last respects. The traitors spurn. I'd heard the stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to procure such a frightening thing. Just who are we dealing with here? A Sildan, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sildan would know the recipe. But the last remnants of Silda died 4 centuries ago, you say? Oh, they did. They did. He calls himself the Phantom Thief. He does. But did it ever occur to you that he might be the honest-to-God's Phantom? Heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma, I did, about the 4 relics of Balladia and the powers they hold, the power to exact justice. A spectre of Silda has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe, woe unto us all! Have the 4 warriors of light forsaken us? My dear boy, if only you'd become a traitor like your father. If only you'd kept your nose out of those history books and never so much breathed the accursed name of Silda. But you did, and now we're doomed, doomed, doomed! You know, for an older lady, she sure has a run. That bleeding horse sun's here somewhere. I could feel it in my follicles. The most potent hair tonic the realm has seen? Aye, that it was, for all of a fortnight, afore my flowing locks fell out all over again. And just as I was chatting up a lovely young lass at the quicksand, just to twist a knife an extra ilm. Mountebank, charlatan, I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry brand, and pull every last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. I didn't know this guy made a return. It's all becoming clear to me now. That dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I had suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Nice! Got a third place finish. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit, caught between the realm of the living and dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefields. I would appreciate it, Matt. I really would. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Silda might serve us well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. You're in the chat? Okay, I'll be hopping over. Hello.
Hello.
You can count on me, Inspector Briardian. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, I shall not escape my inspector's eye. I like how you called it the Chatterino.
Yeah. Gotta call it something.
Indeed.
I don't know. Do you want fucking melee DPS, range DPS, magic DPS?
Oh, I want a healer, Matt.
A healer?
I want a healer, Matt.
Red mage it is, baby.
But you don't have healing abilities at that level.
Vercure is... Oh no, Vercure is like 54, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or is that Verraise?
Verraise is 64. I think Vercure is like 52. There's a wild Amani that has appeared as a login.
Indeed. Vercure is 54.
Damn.
Verraise is 64.
Gods be good, you're the adventurer who saved me back at the ruins. Researching the ancient feud between Ul'dah and Silda, are you? Why, I'm pleased to say I have more than a passing familiarity with ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still to the birth of their mother nation, Bellaria. I must have done it on accident, honestly. The fifth Astral era was an age of untold wonders, when the arcane arts burgeoned and the great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and avarice bred resentment. It culminated in the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was such a small band of those survivors that found their way to Thandalin, where they would found the nations of Bellaria some 8 centuries agone. Ah, imagine, a government of mages, by mages, and for mages. What wonders might have been wrought in Bellarian civilization, had Bellarian civilization survived to this very day. Alas, this was not to be. Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready for me to pop this Q?
I'm in healer.
You're in a level 16 healer.
Damn it. How the fuck did you know that?
I clicked on party list. Because I was going to see what class you were in. Because I didn't.
What's in healer?
I didn't trust you. Okay. I forgot how to do this for a second. I went too far. Here we go. Keeper of the Lake. Let's go. Do you also want to run me unsynced through Chrysalis? Because it's only like 2 quests away after this.
What's Chrysalis?
It's the one that you ran me through with Jester. The one against the Ascian fight.
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Mostly because I really don't care enough to run that one synced.
I was gonna say, we could have ran this unsynced.
It's too late now. We could have. Stance on. And we got this baby first pull.
Oh, hey, I get poetics for this shit.
You're welcome.
Guess it makes it somewhat worth it now. Arm's length? Or the crab's gonna...
I forgot buttons for a second, and then I just started pressing stuff to panic. I really should have saved arm's length for the next pool.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. As long as you didn't get rid of reprisal.
Nope, I still have reprisal. I still have all 3 of my other negations.
Pull it all.
Do you want me to go all the way up to the
all
frog
the way
and everything?
up the way.
All right.
Everything.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't hit the frog, but do pull it all.
I thought the frog was the next, was like technically the end of the pool.
Nope. It breaks that bit up.
I did not realize that.
Alright, that's all you needed me for, right? So I can leave?
Yeah, you can leave now if you want. We'll find a new healer. You'll miss out on all those poetics.
It'd be cool if you could pull up to the frog. They should switch that.
Dude,
let us have a real big boy pull, dude.
I swear that used to be the case.
Not at all.
Never?
Nope.
Oh.
I remember because it used to be the most fun I could have tanking was pulling everything on fucking Keeper of the Lake.
I'm also... Like, that pull wasn't hard.
Nope.
I've worked it up over in my head, I think, watching other healers and stuff run this in.
Yep. No, that was compared to other shit that is in the game later. That's ain't nothing but a thing.
Yeah. Bridget, Matt is running Sage.
Oh yeah, sorry, I wasn't looking at your chat.
No, you're good. You're good.
I tried to run Conjurer, but he wouldn't let me.
You can't run level 50 content, Matt, as a level 16. You're gonna want.
You don't trust me to run level 15 content?
As a level 16, no. Oh, that dancer. Don't worry, I got. I got one for that.
I got it on you in time. I was trying to heal the dancer.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So the tank would come up. I got it on you anyway. It's all good.
You did. I took no damage. Literally none. Get back here. Oh, he got out of it in time. Good job.
We're just running in circles.
You gotta do something to have fun during this dungeon, right?
Especially since the last boss is boring now.
It really is. We ran this last night with Nikos. Like compared
we
to
ran it the other week or whatever. It's just it used to be so much more fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited to hear wah wah forever. That's the worst part of this dungeon is when the alarm starts going and it don't stop going until it
don't stop coming.
Yep.
Were you trying to reference a song? The fuck it, never mind. I'm gonna let it fall.
Dude, in the TFT game I was in, somebody was being so fucking weird in chat.
Yeah?
I was very confused of what was happening. He just literally right out the gates, like we load into the lobby and he's like, oh shit, and then some anime name I'd never heard of, I'm coming. And then nobody said anything back to him, because what the fuck is that? And then later, like after first carousel, he does it again, but without the anime character name, just talks about how he's about to come real hard. And then
all right, Matt, do we go big here?
Yeah, go all the way. Yeah, go big. He just kept bringing it up. And then he went out like 7th. And the lobby got quiet.
Yeah.
Which was nice. I just don't know what I have no idea what was happening.
I'm missing something.
I got 2 things on me. I'm standing next to you.
Oh, that's because they're fucking ranged.
I only got 1 thing on me now. Oh, why did I take a bunch of damage? What the hell?
Because I think I have them cleaving you guys.
Oh. I was also looking at your chat. So I might have been standing in the wrong spot.
No, like I noticed, and then I tried to adjust because the samurai started to adjust to me. And then so it became a task or a series of adjustments. There.
Hey, no more. Yeah, that wasn't. I only had to use 1 big boy heal.
All right, we ready for this one? I think, and I don't want to say this because, you know, Bridget is in the chat. I think you are the best healer we have.
Thanks. I think Bridget's the 2nd best healer.
But dude, like,
wow, you're taking damage.
Yeah. Because every time, like, even when I've ran it, that pool that I was worried about is hard for me to heal through, and you did it like nothing.
It's a fun one. I think it's just Sage. Like I'm honestly worried that like when I decide I'm gonna pick up White Mage or fucking we're gonna get burned a little bit there. That's fine. Or like Astro or whatever. I don't know if it's gonna go as well. Not that I have any idea. I've never played any of them for more than like 3 seconds.
Right. It shouldn't go terrible.
2 levels.
Astra is so much fun though.
That's the one that like I don't want to play the most.
Really?
White Mage, you get Glare, which is, you know, the best AoE skill in the game, and you got lots of regions.
It's Holy. Glare is their single target. Glare is what Stone
Oh, okay. Well, Glare is a really good fucking spell.
Yeah. But no, they do have the best
Holy.
AoE
Yeah,
with
Holy and Glare is great. But like Astral, you gotta draw cards and stuff. I don't know.
It's all off globals.
Well, that's nice at least.
Like the cards and stuff is all off globals.
I stood in that AoE.
And Astro has the shortest cast times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
But like
I do like.
She just said that Sage has more shields, AoE regions, and heals that are don't have cast times, and she's not wrong. Like, if you are not having, if everybody on the team is doing what they should be doing, Sage rarely ever has to cast a freaking cooldown. Because everything is, well, except for like their single target attack. That was my bad. I forgot to throw up a mitigation. Oh, I got stunned by something. Oh no, I just stopped walking.
This is one of the hardest. That second pull and that one are the hardest in the dungeon.
I feel like this is a long cutscene, so I apologize.
It is a long cutscene.
Well, it's because Midgard's Storm are dogs.
Who treadeth now upon my bones?
Yeah, his voice is so much better after a rumble.
Waketh me from slumber sweet.
The other thing I was gonna say is I feel like Scholar, not like why would you play the shittier
Sage
shield guy? Yeah.
Dude, I don't know what it is when I play Scholar. For one, I know that I don't know the class that well, but it just feels weaker than all of the other healers.
I mean, to be fair, it does come with half a DPS class as well.
True. Oh, I guess it wasn't that long of a cutscene. It's just longer than the normal, like, here's the boss enemy. Let's go.
Dude, our dancer's a fashion leader. That's dope. I don't even know where you get that title.
That just means you've gotten 100 in the fashion report.
Nice.
Which there's a website, or there's a person on Twitter who will tell you how to get an easy 100. And I was looking at this week's, and honestly, we all should pretty much have the stuff to make the easy 100.
Yeah?
Yeah. You can also just Google Final Fantasy XIV Fashion Report, and it'll pop up with her usually. I hate that I never ran this as tank before they changed it. I mean, this fight just seems so chaotic, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. But I should have done it.
Uh-oh. I've only done this new version once. I did not mean to step in that. Yet full of fear is thy heart.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Thank you for doing voiceover work for me, Matt.
Yeah.
It was the first time I popped a mitigation this dungeon.
You didn't pop a mitigation before?
I mean in this fight, sorry.
I was like, maybe I am the best sage in the world if you didn't pop a mitigation earlier.
Warrior don't need no heals, Matt. Just like
Sniper Olaf don't need no help.
Speaking of that clip, that is the clip that I posted today on TikTok and YouTube.
Nice.
Yeah. Because Sniper Olaf didn't need no help.
He died.
This is a stack and stay stacked. As our dancer wanders away.
Yep. I also love how Sage, and I know White Mage does too, but Sage has, god damn it, like so many cool abilities to like get mana back.
Yep. Astro does too, though. Astro gets like 800 back per every card they draw.
Oh, nice.
And that one, I believe, you always can draw 2 cards at the start, and then after that, it's on a 30-second cooldown. Bogatir Slops of Casting. Bridget has only ran out of mana once as White Mage. She says.
The card thing's also why you don't want to pick up Astro. I feel you, Bridget. Wow, you gave the dancer the comm? The one... Jeez.
The one who stood in so many AoEs in that last fight. I couldn't give it to the healer. They were standing in AoEs that last fight too. But the samurai was already gone.
What are we unsyncing again?
We're gonna unsync the Chrysalis. I haven't unlocked it. If you wanted to run a TFT match in the meantime, you
I don't
probably
want to
could.
log out, log into League, play a game, log back in. That's a lot.
Bridget's also not a fan of Astro's weapons.
My people have heard the song.
I mean, it's hard to beat Sage's weapons.
True that. Sage, hands down, has the coolest weapons.
Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not.
I hate that I have to get further in the MSQ before I can level my crafters. I want to do my crafting stuff so bad. I mean, I guess I could level my crafters, but I can't. I want to get my gatherers to 90 first.
One now singeth of retribution.
Dude, honestly, you could do the Lev quests.
The Lev quests are good for the first couple levels, but then you need the collectibles, because I saw the XP you get from those collectibles. It's dumb. It's dumb. So I'm definitely going to do that, and I'm excited. But I have to unlock those fucking areas. And we all know, you know, Endwalker MSQ is just a chore. Nothing good happens in this expansion.
I mean, the section you're at right now, like, yeah, like the having to go to the 2 different areas is a chore. I will give you that.
Yeah,
the way they start every expansion is a chore.
Yeah,
but
it is, and that's why I haven't MSQ'd for 2 days, because I'm like, ugh.
My suggestion then for you would be to do it the way you're doing it. Stay in the area you're currently in first, do that series, and then do the other line. Because the other line actually...
That's how I always do it, yeah.
The other line actually ends up connecting into, like, the first dungeon. Because you have to finish both of them before you do the dungeon, but...
Yeah. Wait, you're telling me the quest, the spoiler alert ahead for anybody who isn't an Endwalker and might be watching. You're telling me that the line where you're just supposed to read books doesn't give you the dungeon, and the line where you have to go take on a lunar primal gives you the dungeon? That's crazy.
The books line is important, though, for later stuff.
The books line has been interesting. It's just a lot of running around.
What does Heidelin, or what does he consent to?
Mortal, I shall not harm thee.
Says he won't harm us and then spears us through the chest. What is this?
And he gets rid of all of your crystals that you literally take an entire expansion building up.
Right? And you just watch them go dark. Because he's such a jerk. There goes Ifrit.
And then he's like the strongest dragon ever, and he makes himself a baby and just follows you around and doesn't help at all.
Right?
Because I'm like, you get to see what, like, you know, Hrace Velgar and Nidhogg and fucking Tiamat get to do, and he's their fucking dad. Like, he's the big boy, and he just turns himself into a baby, and the most he ever does is go medium-sized and let you ride on his back.
Yep. And tells you, like, oh yeah, those are my kids, and they're fighting, so, take care of it for me, please.
Yep.
Gonna continue to be an absent father.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath.
Like, what's Xenos gonna do if fucking Midgard Sommer shows up? He's just gonna die.
Yeah.
At least Stormblood Xenos. Maybe not later Xenos.
Be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Straight up calls the blessing we have feeble. That's how powerful he is.
Yeah.
Didst profit much.
Oh, dude. So something we haven't talked about. More Endwalker spoilers ahead. I think it's so cool that, like, literally in A Realm Reborn, they're like, yeah, the fucking island with the students of Baldessian disappeared, and then they never fuck with it again. But now we are.
Yeah.
Now it's like a thing that's getting brought up. Because, like, for a while there in A Realm Reborn, it's like,
this is
always
super
asking
big.
for help of the students of Baldessian, and then they disappear, and it's like, oh shit. And then it literally goes away forever.
Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which
I
lieth
cannot wait for this cutscene to be over.
his grasp.
I don't understand the let's make gods talk slow and
They fix it in future. You know, he talks much better after A Realm Reborn.
he does. But like this isn't just a 14 thing where they make gods talk slowly.
Yeah. It's because they live for so long that they aren't in a rush, Caleb.
The dragon song heraldeth.
Yeah, but I feel like I've aged 4 years in this one cutscene.
You could skip it. You've seen it already.
But my chat might not have.
Bridget and I have seen it.
Shut up, Matt. I'm pretending there's more people in the chat, damn it.
I do it all the time. I know.
It's a full playthrough. You have to watch cutscenes. You may summon Midgard's armor by selecting the corresponding injury within your minion guide under character in the main menu. I'm not going to, buddy. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alfino left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Pray return to the Waking Sands.
I had no idea that the fucking people from Doma were here for this bit until I've been rewatching your thing.
Dude, no, like, because Yugiri shows up in post-game for the first time.
Yeah, I remember.
And
I remember that, but
they brought a boat full of Doman refugees. And Ul'dah and none of the city-states could accept the Doman refugees because of dumbass reasons. And they start working for Ul'dah and Limsa, kinda. Because Yugiri goes to help the Rogues Guild.
Yeah, yep. I remember all that. I just forget that she brought other people who were Doman, because at the time that word didn't mean anything.
Yeah, it was just some far-off lands. But now you've been there. Now there's a connection.
There's Hean, dude.
There's Hean.
Husbando number fucking 2.
Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Menphilia informed me of Ser Americ's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it. Then I would hear your report. It's going to be voice acting. Nope. You conversed with Midgard Zormer? I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation, for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were...
not a good Urianger voice.
Shut up, Matt. The two voices of Urianger are so different, and I can't do either of them. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Ser Americ immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard Zormer in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Javanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room.
Wait, wasn't Lucia in the room when you walked in?
No, it was Urianger that was standing there.
I swear I saw Lucia on the stream.
She was
Did she
earlier,
like walk out?
But I don't think she was in this room at the start of this one.
I swear she was. Man, I must have missaw it. But I was like, they're talking about keeping things from Emmerich and Lucia's standing there. That would be ridiculous.
She'd be on like a link pearl immediately.
Yeah, like, well, we can't fucking trust the Scions anymore.
Here's what they're wanting to keep from you. As for how we shall present our revelation to Ser Americ's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is there something you are not telling us, Morrighan? You seem different somehow. 'Tis almost as if you are missing something important. Well, yeah, Midgard Zormer kind of took all my crystals away. 12 forfend! Midgard Zormer stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you all right? How do you feel? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard Zormer made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Althik and Nemia, Brother Time and Sister Fate, decreed that Midgard Zormer ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Hydaelyn herself? Well, if I was watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Everybody's keeping secrets. And we're a part of all of the secrets. How are we supposed to remember who all of them are with? Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate?
Oh, this is Sheena's voice acting.
What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? I'm not going to do that voice from Midgard Zormer. As baby, Midgard Zormer's going to have like a really little baby voice. But I didn't.
I'm gonna deafen.
Yep, that's fine.
Watch this cutscene. I didn't expect it, sorry.
You're good.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises.
Probably he would.
I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard Zormr who roared, a call to arms by one of the First Brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. Ere I forget, I believe Moonbreeda has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. She's over this way. Blip blue doop doo doop doo doop doo. Not you. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we? Speak with Moonbreeda once more.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Ooh.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether.
I've returned.
Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before?
Dude, the voice of the
White
Gleaner
Arsite can
that
hold an absolute heap of ether,
you
can't
help
it?
out a few times?
Yep.
Is like the voice of 16 different motherfucking Nords in Skyrim.
Really?
Yeah, because Bethesda only gets like
Please
6
tell
voice
me you're
actors.
joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same
I think he
scene
plays some
over and over
people in
with you.
ESO as well.
How many times do you need to be told that white auricite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its
this
crystallized form
bird.
is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
True dat.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of
True dat?
corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the
I'm in a voice
extraordinary
acting
lengths to
cutscene,
which the
and
Lamentsons went to
Thancred was telling us
transport
that the
What
amount
if
of
it should
crystals we will
prove that
need
a
for
similar
this,
quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian
crystals
soul,
aren't easy to transport
or still more.
in that quantity.
I do not envy the poor soul
White
who has to lug
auricite.
all of that around on the off chance that an Ascian
That's how you kill
appears.
Ascians.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only
You know what my
viable
theory is?
source is the land.
When they fuck with an Ascian,
mean to
put their
tap the
soul
great
in a
river
white
of
auricite.
ether, know that
It's
it
not
will
like they're
entail
killing him, it's just
considerable
trapping him for
risk.
eternity. So someone
Meddling
could
with the
just get him
cards
out of
will
there, and
introduce
then
a
all of a
search
sudden all
like
the
the one
Unsundered
which
are back.
despoiled
And we gotta fight them
Morduma.
all at once.
No, not true. Because white auricite can't hold them for a very long time. Because you remember, that's the one failing of white auricite, is that it cannot hold things. It can only hold them briefly. That's why, like, to make the densest ether blade they can't just imbue a white auricite with the ether, because the ether won't stay in it. So the white auricite is but a temporary jail for us to destroy it.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would
What,
need
we
to
put him
tap
in
the
there and then
river
we
when
break
there
the
are
crystal?
veritable reservoirs
Is that what they do?
jutting out all
I'm
over the
assuming.
land?
Again, I didn't watch
I speak
these
of corrupted
cutscenes.
crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal.
good
It
cutscenes.
contains ether,
Yeah.
and we can help ourselves to it.
I just was so tired with A Realm Reborn's post-game because I watched all the early cutscenes, which is the cutscenes I should have been skipping if I was going to skip cutscenes in A Realm Reborn's post-game.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is
The
no
game's best
guarantee that they will be
NPC.
in close proximity at a
Emmerich not in
crucial
this scene.
moment.
I think she was talking about Midgard Zormer at that time, but really, her opinion of the best NPC is Horschiphant, so... Or Xenos. Maybe one of us mentioned Xenos and she said best NPC.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if
Both
we
good
could tap
choices.
their power from afar?
Yeah.
A malm away, say?
Incorrect,
If
but
we
good.
could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
I love when... I don't know if you saw it, but Nikos was talking about how he had gotten to here.
I've yet to put my
Like,
theories
he had
to
met
proof,
Moonbrita, and he
but
was
I've
like, and
got
she
a
can
good
step on
feeling
me.
about this.
Yeah.
If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
And I agree. In
If
hindsight.
you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us.
Wait,
what are
Moonbrita's
your
an
theories?
Archon?
I'm
She's
the
a
one
scion,
most
yeah.
eager to understand the process.
No, I know she's a
However they do.
scion, but she's an Archon.
I thought you might say that.
Oh, yeah.
But no one wants to listen to boring old
She came from
theories all day,
Sharlayan.
do they?
I know, and they
don't.
mention her
So
like
with your
parents and stuff.
permission,
I didn't
I'd
know
like to
she
try something
obtained
a
the
bit
rank of
more
Archon though.
hands-on.
Oh, you're not saying that because of where I am. You're saying that because of where you are.
And I've been meaning to try
Yeah.
it out.
Yeah.
Like the official term for Archon and like where you
Yeah.
have to earn it. How Yustola and Thancred and them are.
Thing is, the
Noriange.
profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen.
I don't know. I
within
guess it
spitting
just feels
distance of
weird to
quite so
me
much either.
that there's no Unsundered
Ideally,
left.
I need an
Like that's
isolated
such a
specimen.
good
Does
villain
anyone
type
know
thing, and
where
they're
I
just
can
done
find
with
one?
them. They're just over.
We don't know for sure.
That's what I'm saying. There's got to be something. They've got to write a way to bring an Unsundered back. I
There
love
you
that
will
too
find
much.
corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much
Because
obliged
I felt the
if you
same
would
way about
assist
the
me in
Dragon
another
Song
matter
stuff,
while you are
and
in
we still get
Estonia.
Estinian, and so it's still kind of there. I need something.
Right.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum.
Alright, we gotta run Castrum Meridianum hard.
During Operation
I'm so
Archon,
glad that's not an
the
actual
Alliance
dungeon.
dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former
Mikey
strength.
sent some stickers. Well, tell Bridget, nope. Bridget, tell Michael thank you.
Not
Tell
long
Bridget,
after our
Bridget.
forces withdrew,
Thank you.
However, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end, they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant.
Processing plant.
Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men.
No.
Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals.
That's exactly what he's doing, Umbrita. He is saying, hey, help me do this and I'll give you shiny crystals. But it's kind of weird coming from someone within our own organization.
Well then, consider me inveigled.
You just had the mouse
won't
cursor
lie, the
right on
crystals you speak of
Alphino's
sound
eye,
perfect.
dude?
So
Did I really?
the Garleans have to go.
I was ready to click it out.
Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
So you know how all the Archons and Scions have like the tattoo on their necks? And
Yeah.
Urianger has his on his face.
Yeah.
Do you think they all went to the place together and were like, yeah, we're all going to go get tattoos together. Let's do this thing. And they had Urianger go first and we're like, yeah, we're going to do it on our face. And he was like, all right. And then they all walked out one by one afterwards with it on their neck.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion.
The mark is an Archon thing, right?
Yes.
Not a Scion thing.
Yes. Or do you think Urianger
join the Crystal Braves and lend
saw
them your
everyone else
support?
get theirs on their neck
Thancred
and was
and
like,
Papalimo shall
I'm going to
accompany
go
you.
on the cheek?
He is a cheeky dude.
Ida
I
and
don't even know if
Yestola.
I would call
In the
him cheeky.
meantime, I would have
I
you
wanted to
assist
make that
me in
joke.
Breda. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
I mean, considering the things he did post Heavensward, I'd say he's at least a little cheeky.
He regrets it, but I still say it was the good call.
If it please
Totally.
you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Like, he constantly is apologizing
Thank
for
you,
it, and everybody
Urianger.
else is like, yeah, I was
Pray,
pretty
see to your
bad. But I'm over
preparations
here
and
like,
depart
you
as
you
soon
did
as
what
you
you
are
needed
able.
to do. We
Farewell,
won.
and be safe.
I still honestly thought during that whole thing, I was like, we're going to find out Louis Sua's still alive. Nope, just Urianger. What do you got for me, Alphino? 'Twould seem that the events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The 4th have already been deployed to the area, and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilrid will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Yep, you go to the back lines, yeah.
So spoilers for what you're in the middle of running.
Okay.
What the Crystal Braves thing ends in a realm reborn,
Yes.
right?
It ends in like
I was
one
like,
of the
there's
last few
no
cutscenes.
way.
Yep.
It makes its way into fucking Heavensward.
Your duties take you to Northern Fanalan, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamine travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. Ah, how extraordinary that my little Acilias is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger, even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah! Woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, my lady. Why do
It's
Rogan...
blackguard.
Shh. It's spelled blackguard.
But it's pronounced blackguard.
You're wrong.
I'm not.
You are. I've been saying it wrong for the whole game, Matt. For technically now like 8 expansions, considering the ones that I've replayed. Shall we be on our way, then? Why would it have the CK if it's pronounced blackguard?
I don't know. It's just an old-ass word.
I'm going to keep saying it the way I'm saying it. I'll pronounce it wrong until the day I die.
Okay.
To the Ceruleum Processing Plant. The two that we were just talking to, Bridget? They showed up here. Like, this is where they showed up. And, like, they've been in cutscenes for Post-A Realm Reborn and stuff.
Yeah, they show up off and on throughout the game, and I'm always like, yeah, it's these guys. Who the fuck are they again? I remember them, kind of.
Yep.
And I feel bad, because you know they're heroes in their own story.
Yeah.
But, like, they're
just
no
warrior of light, though.
Kind of there. They're not even, like, proper Scions.
Well, they are technically Scions.
They're not proper Scions.
They're just not the cool Scions.
Yeah.
Commander Levios sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. This guy looks...
tempting to read my cutscenes at the same time and just throw chaos into your chat.
Oh, please don't. But returning to the task at hand. Dude, this guy kind of looks like Ardbert if you inverted his hair and skin color.
Yeah! Yeah, he does!
The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Ravan's Push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant.
Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign land.
You know what that sounded like? That sounded like one of those, like, 101 facts about Labyrinthos that you probably don't need to know.
It was Kryl.
Oh, but then you did need to know it if it was Kryl.
And I did not do a voice that was befitting of Kryl at all.
No. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelston. That we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Alright, Edelstein. Lieutenant... Wait. Yep. Lieutenant Initari, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a look, and our worst fears were confirmed. Those boxes contain powerful explosives, devices of Imperial design no less. By my order, the Flame Station here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial army. I would once again ask for your aid. We've been keeping a close eye on that Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves, and they've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow scions of the situation and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alian, and send your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Okay. Because I don't think she's one of the ones that betrays us. Almost flew right over the top of her. It's actually probably Alian, not Alion. Glad to have you with us, Morrighan. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridianum. Their main column assembles to the north near... Wait, wrong voice. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilberd! Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bids you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless holed up in Nulda, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. That's because it's the First and the Third that are the ones that betray us.
Oh, it's a giant wasp. I hate it. Kill it.
The reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye. 'Twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column.
And when I could tell that was a Papalima voice, but then when I looked over at the screen, Ilbard was talking, and I was like, wait, that's an Ilbard voice? But now it's just the stream delay.
Yep. You're with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads, hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yu Haas. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. I always, mentally try to get into Ilberd's head by going, sloppy! And I lose it.
Dude, the cutscene where Ilberd fights fucking Raubon is
so good.
The shit.
Yep.
It's the shit.
A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around. Our victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts. I imagine we'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. Aye, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion! Okay. Defeat the Imperial squad. If you insist, I think I can. I'm the little engine that could.
Oh shit. Voice acting. Bouncing for a second.
Okay.
I don't know whose voice this is because it's question mark, but it was sexy.
To the next Imperial squad. Oh, I managed to piss off an Earth sprite somewhere. Oh, it's like right here on me. Whoops. Oh, we got another Earth sprite. It just had to move this way. On to the next Imperial squad. Nope. We're back to Yu Hase now. And then I think it's to Moon Brita. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Aliane know the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. I guess. Lieutenant Initari, what news of the Garleans? Their raiding parties are no more then? Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Aliane has reported a sound victory over the main column, and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is, the Rogadan lady with the large axe. It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but northern Nathanalin is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. You got it, buddy. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum-ba-da-bum, bum-ba-dum.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe.
Ah.
I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
Oh, yeah?
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill,
Let me close my blinds real quick.
I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Woo!
She senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth.
Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Sweet. Because I'm getting very close to the chrysalis. I'm on the quest now.
Nice.
Yep.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense.
Oh my god, 20,000 experience away from 81 on Monk. I can't even see the bit of the fucking XP bar that is not filled.
And you can't pick up the next quest, can you?
No, I can.
Oh.
I just really
I thought that's what you were getting at.
Could it be that
No.
Heidlin has forgotten her champion?
I was really expecting to get it.
Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is... Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
Bum bum bum.
What did that bastard want with us?
I don't know, but I feel like we should get back to Minfilia.
Nabriales, he calls himself. With
Always.
charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. Unconscious.
Oh, was that something somebody said?
No, I was responding to Moonbrita. She asked what we should do next. Or she asked what did that Ascian want with us.
But this staff... You say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his
Was it
name.
Nabriales?
Yep.
Oh, gods.
The bastard.
He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
Dude, I swear to God, if another one of these wasps comes after me,
we have to
I'll
get
lose
back
it.
to the Rising Stones.
I agree, Moonbreeder. We have to get back to the Rising Stones. Pray return to the waking sands.
Wait, Moonbrita could see the Ascian?
Yeah, after we revealed him. Because, like, we turn, because we, like, sense him. And he's like, ah, you can sense me. That's handy. And then he appears.
Ah, okay. I was like, because you have to have the echo to see him. But if he just reveals himself, then, yeah.
You're here! Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now! It's about to happen, Matt.
I don't want it to happen.
This time I don't either.
You wanted it to happen last time?
I wasn't a fan of her the first time because I didn't watch the cutscenes.
You too.
You Call yourself a fan of 14. You
So,
didn't even
you
watch
were
the
able to
cutscenes.
divine my
And it didn't
intent.
make my list of top
What
6
now,
games.
warrior of light?
Don't even get me started.
But that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you
Dude, that
mean?
guy's not even unsundered. It's fine.
Right?
You truly do not know. Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you.
Our Marauder stances are just slightly
The
off
blessing
time
of
from each
light
other.
kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented
Her
my
axe
kind
looks
from
way cooler
entering
than
your
yours.
domain.
Oh, I agree 100%. But her axe doesn't
My
make little
kind,
moogle
I
noises when she
say,
brings it out
though
or puts it
had
away.
no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I
And
could
you
only
are
look
the one
on.
that survives the fucking post game, so.
Yeah. Spoilers, man.
But I need
Jeez.
look
We've been
no
talking about
longer.
Endwalker the whole
Now that the seal is gone,
Like,
I
it's
mean
okay.
to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
I don't like his sideburns. I don't like how you can barely see them when he wears the hood.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget.
What?
My words fall upon deaf ears.
What is the music?
The staff is but a broken
I'm a
relic,
fucking
a
toad.
memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
She didn't even ask. She's really turning into Master
What
Montoya,
use?
dude.
You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now.
God.
But above all, I know
Alpha
that we cannot
Toad
allow
and
the staff
Alley
to fall into
Toad?
your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Yup.
This is amazing.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear
Off
the
we
end of
hop.
it.
Dude.
Very well.
Minion
If you will not
Minion
part with
Emmerich
the
is
staff,
almost as big as we are.
I will take you too.
Hey, I discovered a location and leveled up. In Toad form.
Let's go.
Dude, Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are pretty much my favorite thing ever.
Yeah.
I think that the names, holy shit. Look at us bounce. This is ridiculous.
After them, quickly. Before
I'm
the
sorry
rift
if I'm
closes.
talking over a super intense moment in a Rumbleborn.
I mean, you kind of are, but it's okay.
Shit's going down and I'm talking about toads.
Alley Toad and Alfie Toad. I have the Chrysalis. But I will wait for you to finish up that before we run it. Because honestly, I think if you go into it, you'll have to go back to Y'shtola to be returned into a toad. And I wouldn't want to make you do that. But while I wait, I'm going to go use the bathroom super quick.
Okay. I'm back if you're back. I don't know if you are.
Okay, I am back.
Oh.
Are you still a toad?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm in a cutscene, but it should. I don't know what's going to come past it. Also, Shannon is here.
Oh, okay.
But I told them I would help you run this thing. Because unsynced will take us like no time.
Yeah,
so
I appreciate
there's got to
that.
not be a toad.
Yep. And I mean, honestly, that's the last thing I need your help running. So. I'm going back to the Hildebrand stuff, so I will be doing voice stuff. Greetings, traveler! You would learn of the war between Ul'dah and the fallen Sultanate of Silda. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Ul'dah emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles fought between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Ul'dah's superior numbers, Sildan alchemists devised a most horrific stratagem. Employing a frightful formula known as the Traitor's Spurn, they brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it they even employed the potion on those of the living who were too weak or wounded to fight. Sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it, no? It is truly a crowning glory of our fair nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors.
He fucking knew we were the toads?
I love that part. Act more toad-like if you want to pretend to be a toad. What's that you say? You seek knowledge of the bad blood between Ul'dah and Silda. I suppose I could spare a moment or two. But take good notes, I'm not fond of repeating myself.
What a badass.
2 scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Ul'dah weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Silda weighing knowledge and power. But the power sought by the two nations differ greatly, yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Ul'dah in prosperity was that of justice and good, while the power wrought by Sildan knowledge was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter, the histories are clear. But riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories, and what does this say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know that in the war against Silda, Ul'dah and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not, and neither did I until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. And yet, in the histories read by the populace...
By the way.
Okay, you will see no mention of the most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone at some time deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But I have said enough already. Go for it.
What?
You said you're out of the thing, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. You just said go for it so quickly I couldn't tell. What should I run for just the two of us unsyncing this? Like Paladin, just my highest level thing?
Bring your highest DPS you have. Highest level DPS. That you actually know how it works.
Monk?
Yep.
Monk's my highest
Okay.
DPS. Period. Okay. You... no, yes. A trial, a Realm Reborn. No, it's not a trial.
Yes, it is. It's the Chrysalis.
Chrysalis. There it is. But we want unrestricted party.
Yep.
Only the party leader may register for duty.
Oh! I must have defaulted to thinking it was still...
I thought I was too, but I think we broke the party and then got back together. Or something.
I think you were in, like, when you were first playing this before you ended your stream, you were the party leader.
Yeah. The hell? This little Lalafel's on a cloud! Their mount is a cloud!
What color is the cloud?
White? How do you get that?
I think that one you can't get anymore, but I think there's a yellow cloud you can get from the online store.
But this is like a perfect little grayish white cloud that flows even when he's not moving. It's so cool. Alright, bitch. Let's see if we can kill you before the fucking tear.
Indeed. I don't know how long this pre-fight cutscene is. Can you see Minbrilia? God. Trying to combine two different names there. Minfilia, like, up above during the fight?
I think so. Yeah, I see her up there. Oh, Jesus.
I've never... Yeah? I've never paid attention. Do you want me to turn my stance on?
Up to you.
I think I'm going to, just to, you know...
He doesn't hurt, so I think we're okay.
I don't think even if I wanted to, I could take the aggro back.
We missed one. I missed one. I don't remember what happens if they get to him.
He gets stronger.
So it doesn't matter.
I mean, it won't matter for you. It'll matter for me. Oh, I'm lagging.
I don't know if I'm lagging or what's happening, but something is.
Like, I'm noticing my character jump and, like, all of the balls and stuff jump. Oh, yeah, that hurt.
On!
Okay, it's this phase again.
Yeah, we'll kill him before he gets to the tear thing. Easily.
Unless he comes out of this and, because of his health, just immediately goes to it.
Don't speak that into existence.
Just went ahead and popped everything.
I noticed that.
Thank you. GG,
yep.
y'all.
I'm annoyed I didn't kill him before that's fucking next phase.
Probably if I hadn't had my tank stance on. I'll take the blame. Or maybe...
There are also like 7 buttons, at least, that I don't know what they do.
I was about to say, or maybe if you actually knew your class.
I know the rest of the... This frog... Oh wait, it's not level 50, I can't just stand in things. Ow. That frog pulled me back in. I was trying to run by him.
We're back out here. Moonbreed is dying.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
Alright. Alright. Turn. I can teleport back here, right?
Did you attune to any of the Aetherites?
Yeah, I attuned to the. I don't know. Are we still here? Okay, I can teleport to that. So.
You may have
Then I'm just gonna return to Old Charlene to be in a sanctuary, and then go ahead and log off.
Okay. I appreciate you helping me run these things.
Yeah. Enjoy Mr. Sideburns.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, light no longer holds sway here.
I will,
I may return
this time say have a good Christmas, because I don't know if I'll talk
again
to you.
And again
Before then, that's fair. Same to you.
Eventually,
have you told Nikos happy birthday yet?
Falter, and the
oh shit, that's today.
That is today.
Until next time, scions.
Good call.
I have my moments.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna bounce though.
Okay, have a good one, Matt.
Peace, you too.
Is it going to work? Is it going to work?
What trickery is this? No, no, you cannot. No!
It's going to work.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free. Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
Yeah.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me. I shall make you pay for your insolence.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder knows what she has to do.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now. The choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
There's no body left behind either.
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Apparently you aren't, though, Nabrialis. Apparently you aren't.
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead.
Dun, 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 dun.
This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
And we relay the sad story.
She gave her life to temper the blade of light. I have no words.
Give me just a second. I'm gonna turn that off.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Ariange know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady.
Whoa.
The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens. Yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Sharlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Sharlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisois I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisois hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisois' wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart.
Damn, Arianje.
Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisois' will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Okay.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Okay. Let's disband the party. Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Sharlayan Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and mourn her passing. As Moonbreeder was a native of Sharlayan, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found at Rathafrost and is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Alright. I'm very disappointed in myself for having skipped all those scenes originally. Honestly. So good. So good. More donut. Of course, it's a cloudy day, too.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Back to the Rising Stones. Bum bum bum. Ba-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me. As antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Morrighan? And with that, we are done with patch 1.5. 'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many: Louisoix, Moonbreeder, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Morrighan. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. Pick up the next quest. Have you a moment, Morrighan? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Alright, I'm going to take a short break to make me actually something to eat, because I haven't ate lunch yet. But we'll be back shortly to finish up the Hildebrand stuff at least. Talk to you all soon. Alright, we are back. Let's head to Ul'dah. Just teleport to the Thaumaturge Guild. My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed. As it happens, I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. A war of succession divides the great civilization of Belladia, giving rise to the sibling nations of Ul'dah and Silda, the two nations closest. And the two nations coexist for some generations, until ill blood boils over, culminating in outright war. Daunted by Ul'dah's superior military might, Silda employs their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome, undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of doomed Silda, who seeks vengeance against those who reduced his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully to the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Sildan statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem, and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has wrought. A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of his grave yourself? Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and specters, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Silda. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen sultanate. This Sildan connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Belladian relics our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? A few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past days. Those who saw him said he had a most frightened air about him. Wait. Yes, it's coming to me. Of course! My keen investigator's senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You're like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My sources identified the man as Guguria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? To Horizon. Yes? If you've got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter with the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing, yeah, you know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you for just a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you! The thief of many faces. Me? A thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I ain't got the time or the patience for this mummery. Now, if you'll excuse me, an important client awaits. I thought I recognized that voice. Lady Durilda, well met indeed. Pray tell, whatever brings you to these environs this fair day? Why, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. Inspector Briardian. This is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Gugaria, we can discuss business after. Pray lend the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But, Lady Durilda, what about... Ah, yes, my dear Maria's name day present. I had in mind one of the prize pieces from Eshtime's latest seasonal collection. You wouldn't be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Ul'dah myself? I'll say it just once more, Gugaria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, helped me regain something truly priceless. Yes, something more valuable than any mere trinket. All right, I'll tell you what I know. But you didn't hear it from me, got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of that zombie dust. The traitor's spurn, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims. It got me thinking. Silda, 5 victims? Aye, the Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth. I am not familiar with the name. Aye, few would be, on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the Ul'dah-Silda conflict from reaching the ears of folk like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, just what sort of knowledge might that be? False balls, don't make me say no more. I've got a family to feed. Very well. Just tell us one last thing. Who hired you, and where can we find him? Hob. His name's Hob. When he heard what I said, he told me that he was going to sail for Limsa with his 5 best sellswords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him at Vesper Bay. But remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. This man Hob must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive, they don't even know each other's true identities. Now, don't ask me how it all works, but Hobbs got high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had been all zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew what he'd be next. Thank you very much, kind sir. Once again, the ancient Manderville art of parley has procured for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow and see what he can share with us. And let us hurry. The man's life is in danger, even as we speak. To Vesper Bay. Oh no, did we stumble across the dead body? Master Hob, is everything quite all right? No. Stand back, Ellie. Hunger. I hunger for your brains. Damn, there's no saving the man. Morrighan, do what you must. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tells me this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. 'Twould seem we were a few moments late to the scene. A message, and then there was one. There it is again. Is something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense, a sense that someone or something is watching us. The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. I, too, had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. You will do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector! Inspector! I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray be wary, not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. Of course that's going to piss her off. I mean, I would be pretty upset too if somebody said I had quite the temper. Miss Ellie, there is something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life, at Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? I'll be careful. I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you would share with me. A secret vow? Oh, consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits our report. Teleport, because my thing isn't back up yet. A fourth victim? Thal, have mercy. Were you able to glean aught of a connection to the other victims? The Arbiters of Truth? No. It cannot be. Somebody help! Miss Ellie, the voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man, I only thought to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only... bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Haha, remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows, and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of a sultan's sworn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. The thief of many faces! To think we would find our man like this! Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more. By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilistic puissance, I declare this case closed. I return this sachet to you, Miss Phyllis. Whilst the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. Uh-oh. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value that you'd like to wantonly destroy? Well, what is the meaning of this? Ingenious. A double disguise planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Guiguin, one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No. That's impossible. Of course. It all makes perfect sense. With the Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning leadership and rise through the ranks at the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... My lady, the vault's been breached. The wise man's whisper, it's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. Bah! What is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? And just as we were about to make our triumphant return, isn't that so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie! Miss Ellie! That shadow you said you saw, I think it was just a dormouse. Oh no. To think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. My ever-loyal associate, we must find Miss Ellie. And quickly. Surely, if confronted by her constant companions, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh-ho, Miss Phyllis. I thought you had already departed in the company of your men, but all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than... Hildebrand Mander! Me, mind you, it is not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day, I received an anonymous letter that a position in the committee had opened, and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties, to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultansward, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm until such time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for your well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress, and as a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector! Over here! Ah, there you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse. But it was a really cute dormouse, you see. It just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us, Morrighan. Let us split up and canvass our surroundings. I feel like this is actually the correct Nashu. Wait. Does she have a band-aid on her face? Has she always had that band-aid? I definitely think that's the correct Nashu. Because she also mentioned that Miss Ellie said she saw something. A water-stained letter lies conspicuously on the floor. Be wary and be warned. Whereas the fake Ellie told us that Nashu said she saw something. A water-stained letter lies Trust no one, and your friends all the less. A water-stained, yep. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. You obtain a sachet of demasking dust, and the next instant, you feel an intimidating presence behind you. Godbert. Ho ho ho! If it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Morrighan. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you. Oh, so your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite the unexpected turn, and now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters. Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend. Or is this but another trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere, or anyone. Myself excluded, of course. But no mere mask could replicate the physique of this Manderville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist you in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildebrand, his dear mother would, not be pleased. Bum ba ba da bum 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 da da bum bum bum. If the hold on. Speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst, and yet we have but a single sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the imposter beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Morrighan. What say you have a few words with each of them and see if aught seems amiss? It's the behatted sprat. It's you. Miss Ellie is the phantom thief. It is the only logical conclusion, and yet I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Inspector Briardian told me all about it. Who'd have thunk Miss Ellie was the phantom thief all this time? She sure fooled me. Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say? It stands to reason. The fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses. This one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him, and quickly. Time is of the essence. I question the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father, what brings you here? Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now if you would kindly stand still and shut up, the fiend already stands among us. Inspector Briardian, I should hope you are not doubting me. While I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy, the fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder Morrighan here found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party, but worry not, they should be reporting back within a bell's time. Ha! Time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that it is more time than we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Morrighan here. Nashu and I, in particular, have had a close and extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning my own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. Of all the times for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If he asks me anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is so close, I dare say at times it is as if we share a mind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she would have no trouble completing my thoughts. I'm a Manderville. Man! Doing what only a Manderville can! From the peaks of Kurthis to Thanalin, Manderville. Man! You're the best, Inspector! A perfect score! You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably, the true Nashu. I've never loved you more than now, you marvelous muttonhead, you. Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles underneath the eyes, there's no need to avert the charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty cretinous old... Genius Inspector? The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different. Bum, bum, bum. Huron woman. Seven hells, done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briardian, once again, you fail to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister, and my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Cece. Charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite all right? Why, you look as if you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of Sylvan aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, oh, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe you a lot, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to these heights of celebrity. Miss Cece, from a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all of your schemes? Justice! 400 years ago, Uldan dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait, the histories say that it was Silda that turned their own men into zombies. The histories lie! And you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ulda that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder, and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie. What is this madness you speak of, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Uldan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed sultan sworn would kill to keep buried deep in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long, you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors my ancestors knew. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice. A dashing rebel waging battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough, when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Uldan vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may open? By assembling 4 secret relics from Baladia. 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Silda, before the Uldan dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last. Yes, Even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day, you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ul'dah. No, wait, you'll all be dead. Ha ha ha! Preposterous. But first, you, my dear, you will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moment of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Cece. Oh. Hildebrand. You idiot. Just for once could you not get in the way? Godbert Mandeville. I can't even trust your sorry ass to look after him for a day. Well, I knew it! The presence watching over us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife. Godbert's mom could get it. I mean, not Godbert's. Manderville's mom. Hildebrand's mom. Am I to understand that you are Hildebrand's mother? Aye, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Morrighan. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. Do ye have popatos for brains? You overstuffed buffoon. My beloved boy has been turned into a stinking corpse if you hadn't bloody noticed. You, Morrighan, or something, was it? Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet ya. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak, what can I say? I can come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-ass husband here. And look what that got me. You'll help me out, won't you? Yeah, I'd be terrified too. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, yeah, they're all loading in slowly but surely. Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and just look at him, he's green! Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I know just the remedy. A phial of holy water, the ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversoul rags and a phial of twice distilled water. Synthgot at the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Jest. Now hurry! Once the poison spreads through his veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. Ouch, that's smarts! You gods, Hildy. You're looking none too hardy yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany Morrighan here and make yourself useful? Or do I have to reintroduce you to the wall? Ah, but of course, my lady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Synthgot sundries, was it? Come now, Morrighan, there is work to be done. Oversoul rags from Sintgot. Bum, ba-ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Oversoul rags, you say? I fear that I've only a single tatter left in stock, and it's already been spoken for. But my good man, you must reconsider. My dear friend's life, and quite possibly my own as well, hangs in the balance. Nope. I sympathize with your plight, friend, but a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for those rags. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal. Gah! And you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere, at a moment's notice? Well, look what we have here, if it isn't the Warrior of Light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. Ow, sorry. As it happens, I just returned from my training, and the slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to a share. How convenient! My lady, you are far too kind. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildebrand and Morrighan here, I'd still be tag-teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts. Fall take me if that wasn't Avila the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. Why, I've half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. A kind sentiment, my good man, but we are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we, Morrighan? And with this, our task here is done. Now let us find this traitor named Guest. Okay, back to the husting strip. Bum, ba-ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Ba-ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Bum. Bum, ba-ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Ba-ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Went too far. There you are. The blundering Mandeville boy is on his last legs and you need something of mine to save him, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those bloody Mandevilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gill for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthy man. And now I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget. But it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the 7 seas. I beg of you, my lady, may I have this dance? Everybody's returning from previous quests. Morrighan, what a lovely surprise! Are you here for the ball, perchance? Heavens, the poor inspector! Well, if it isn't the Lapis maiden in the flesh! What say you bid farewell to preening fops and scruffy adventurers and share a dance with a cultured gentleman, befitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Morrighan with the bottle of twice distilled water that she seeks. You know this woman. Bah, if that is the price you would set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gillen anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? I knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think that he is this beloved by so many. Clearly, this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, Morrighan, let us deliver these goods while there is still time to save him. Ba-na-na-na. Ba-da-da-da. I went as quickly as I could, Manderville's mom. I trust the two of you wouldn't dare to come back empty-handed. Yes, here you go. Bloody brilliant. Aye, I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. Now, stand back, and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. Thaw, you bloody bugger. Guide my skillet. Aye, that should stop its spread. Now it's up to Hildy to flush what's left out of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Come on, chair. There we go. Ooh! Look who I found. She was slumbering, obviously, in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Morrighan, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Silden ruins. We must go there with all haste. Oops. Come on, chair. You've done well by my boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him, and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What in the seven hells are you standing around for? The future of Ul'dah is at stake. Morrighan, my strength is yours as well. For Ul'dah, and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband. What with you having more muscles than sense. If you're so keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy as warm is key to fighting off the zombification. Let's see, I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I am a warrior, not an yes, my lady. I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Morrighan. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Morrighan and Hildy both. Oh, to be blessed with such veritable legions of friends tried and true. But alas, not I. No, only one true friend have I ever known, and she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me, even Morrighan could not stand against our combined might. Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words and return here to my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? Enkidu! Ye gods, what was that flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me. And what? The crystals, where have they gone? You performed a summoning, you... Of course you did. Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice! Could it be? My faithful companion! Why must you always make me wait so? What are you doing, dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moon-sick maid digging around at the Sildar excavation site with her mind set on turning Ul'dah into the land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hildy is most touching, but don't you worry. Mommy Dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. We've managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead, where your friends watch over her as we speak, yet no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we considered physically— Oops. You are our only hope, Morrighan, even in her single-minded rage. Surely the time you spent together must still count for something. You need not put yourself in undue danger. I only ask that you step forth to where your voice may be heard and call out to your friend's name. I beg of you, Morrighan. Surely, if anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness, it is you. Chat mode and say, call out Ellie. Morrighan, I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you, after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Cece is already in custody. Surrender now, and I will see that no harm befalls her. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Cece and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago, we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down, or suffer the same fate as the Ul'dah dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness. I'm sorry, Inspector. There's too many of them. All in a day's work for a man of a man. Pretty sure he just omni-slashed with a hammer. You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with Inspector Hildebrand's ridiculously good fortune that you even made it this far, and he's as good as 6 fulms under. Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy, and you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the traitor's spurn. I fear the good inspector's luck has finally run out. Thul's balls, is there no end to them? I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? It's a shame to lose you, Morrighan, warrior of light that you are. You might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions! What? When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall defend in the righteous glare. Bugger me with a broadsword, are my eyes to be believed? That pose! No, these are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They are 4 gentlemen of light. God damn. Just so, my good man. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? Hey, we meet again, girl. Tell me you've got my snurble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Elazar. Cor, you're looking absolutely resplendent today. Impossible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombie Brand was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. And immunity too? Oh, I'm just going to pretend that makes any kind of sense. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briardian, you said there was something you would tell me when all this was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said that you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found something. Someone with whom I intend never to part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your jail cell, a free woman, I will be there. What say you? Now let's go have our final showdown with Gilgamesh. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said that the nation of Uldar was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history. But know this, I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. If you're quite done playing Cloak and Dagger, I require Morrigan's presence for a far greater importance. The time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. Why the long face, friend? But mayhap this will have you sing in a happier tune. Could it be the Treaty Blade, and the true one at that? None other, and I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who would defeat me in single combat. But I must speak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? Thal be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? Abomination? I'll thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. But 'twas for the most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, and thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came a flash from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there she was. By the gods, it makes perfect sense. Doubtless the crystals heard Greg's heartfelt plea, summoning forth his friend. Nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Morrighan, you may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove so easy a task, and yet I trust you will not shirk from the challenge. Enkidu and I shall await you at Amdapor Keep. 'Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for our climactic confrontation? If you would claim the Treaty Blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu! To the skies. Alright then. 2 against 1? That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg. Come, Morrighan, to Amdapor. This is a grave development indeed. To think that one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send words to the Scions at once. I'm a Scion. I'll just let them know. Oh, but of course. I had near forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, Morrighan, you are our only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. Speak with Hildebrand, near Amdapor Keep. I don't know how long our queue time is going to be for this, so here's hoping it's not too incredibly long. Is that you, Morrighan? Pray forgive me. I was right on Greg's trail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I will be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead. Together, we shall reclaim the treaty blade from that knave, Morrighan. Yes, just go on ahead. I'll be along directly. Battle in the Big Keep, now accessible. Let's make sure we turn unrestricted party off. To Revenant's Toll, where we'll continue the MSQ in the meantime. We're going to finish up Hildy, and then we'll probably call it for the day. Ada. Hey! It's Morrighan! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I knew Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you, and the daisy, at Wraithfrost. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade. Yeah, they've got you running errands now. Them scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously, though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. And tell that Eda lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that doty old mask of hers. God knows she needs to. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She would just not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So, anyway, let's see it. Oh, Moonbreed, I loved these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The the song riseth to a crescendo.
Everyone is always conveniently looking away.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Always return to the Rising Stones. Pray return to wherever our base is. All the time. There's a reason it's a meme. Well, average wait time was supposed to... Oh, there it is. I was just about to talk crap about it too, but there we go. At long last we meet again. Oh, fuck. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless. Ha! I have my off-tanking duties. Come here. Come on. Unchicken me. Unchicken me. You gotta be kidding me. Again? Come on. Fight on, Enkidu, my ever faithful. Hmm? Me? Run away? Ha! Why, I was but seeking out a more suitable spot for my victory. But enough exposition. Now we fight like men, and ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it is transmogrifying time. The mightiest warrior ever to grace Eorzea stands before you, by which I mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself. Buy me dinner first, Greg? That's amazing. Oh, I need to get my damage buff back up. To think that my full complement of arms would avail me not! No more hijinks from Gilgamesh, you have my word. The treaty blade, too, I shall return, just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled puissance. Spare my... They go so quick. Ba ba da ba 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 da. Hey, we got the Enkidu. And we got a commendation. Oh, the little green chicken. Bark, bark, bark. Not? Ha! I lied again, like a rug. You can take that fusty old blade for all I care. I thirst for true power, and not... Warrior of Light, you have proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. For as sure as day follows night, the hour will come when I claim it as my own, till we meet again. What at ho, Morrighan! Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead me to them at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. The battle's already been won. That is triumphant news indeed. Clearly, the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood? Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? Morrighan, what news of the primal and the treaty blade? Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildebrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship, at once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I've found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of lost Silda. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know of these long-lost relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. Ah, what I wouldn't have given to see it, the ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation is this? The ring casts open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers a verdict true. Azema's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the Warrior of Light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends! Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Behold, safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yes, yes, just like that. I swear unto you, then... My word! Whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous. Hildebrand isn't a warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the treaty blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light. Someone stop it. I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. Too late. It's going to happen. Better be going to blow. Of course it does. Skyward ho! I dare say that proved to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the treaty blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended, I must say. I never expected it to be quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector, oh, Inspector, wait for me! False balls, Hildy. First you almost die at your poor mother's feet, and now you fly off to God's nowhere without even giving her a kiss goodbye. Ho ho ho! It appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildebrand, as it has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the Sylvan incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. Well, the treaty blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. Ha 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 ha! Get it? Get it? The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Belladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes, it's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a girl's dream come true. A gentleman to the end. The bloody bastard. Hildy, watch where you're going. What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye. A curious scent wafting in on the winds from a far-flung land. Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends, for wherever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildebrand, shall be there till we meet again. Hildebrand will return? Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Bye-bye, Doblin. Bye-bye. Alright. Let's go back to Mordona. We're not going to continue the quests. We've got maybe one more stream, but most likely 2 more streams before we hit Heavensward. But yeah. Let's go ahead /sit. Take a look at our inventory real quick. Oh, we gotta be standing up. Whoops. Use. Discard that. Oh, okay. Sort everything. /sit. And exit the game. Put it over on just chatting. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I hope you had a fun time. I did. Enjoy your weekend. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas if that's what you celebrate. But take care of yourselves. Have a good time. Stay warm. We'll be back on Monday with more TFT. I'll talk to you all later.